Okay. Today I'm gonna start working on some catch-up stuff, basically. I have a series of things I want to get done before Christmas, so it's some molds to replace pieces from my previous earlies. So I'm gonna try to get that stuff all molded. Well, not today, but like over the next couple of days or so on. So they're like a mixture of things that I have done and things I need to get done. So I need to find I'll take that one out as a starter. So I have 3 different things I need to mold, and one is this part, the other is this, and the other is the upper legs, which I have kind of started here. So I got one here and another one here, so I need to sand this stuff down and just kind of smooth it, and then I'm gonna try to build a mold, and hopefully it'll bond to this. The stuff that's already plugging these holes here, I need to do these lower ones as well. So there's a little bit of touch-up work to do there. I don't think I have any like ready to go, so it's probably going to be pulling from previous casts and parts. I'm looking for one of the original parts that I used. So if I could pull from that, it's like, because it's like the more copies you make, the less like good the fit is between some parts. So it's like that copy of a copy of a copy thing. So I'm looking for I kind of moved a bunch of stuff around recently, so I'm just trying to locate my original part. I want to find the original of this, because this is important for the hip joint. So if I can have the original one, the fit will be better. I have a lot of loose parts like off to the side here. So I'm just kind of flipping through these real quick to see what I've got. Because I start with like an official part, and then I'll make copies of that, and then I proceed to modify it as I need to fit kind of like what I'm trying to do with that particular part or part style. So this is from a Ninja Turtles figure, the original line, and so I've got part of the issue with this pelvis here is that there's like a gap here, so it doesn't fit quite right. So that's like a thing I need to work on. So I might revert to an earlier version of this. As you can see, I've got a lot of parts off to the side that I'm in, I wouldn't say in process of, but I'm planning on using a lot of this stuff for different purposes. So I'm trying to just figure out where the parts I need are. That's not split yet. Okay. This Y part, I don't know, that's just what I've been calling it. That's that one's kind of important, so I'm trying to find that part, and I'm a little disorganized at the moment. I guess this other half's not here. It's just in another bag. Yes, there it is. Okay. So I had to fix these pegs initially. Yeah, see, that's like a much snugger fit, so I'll probably end up going back to this one. Oh, did I just break a peg off? I did. Yeah. Alright, well, so that's, you know, not ideal, but let's see, because this is an initial cast that I then modified. You know, this has some little bits on it here that I gotta remove from the first molding. Yeah. Okay. Well, I could keep that off to the side in case I need that one. I just don't recall where I put this particular piece. It's like this translucent white plastic thing. I thought it was in this one drawer here, but, well, not this drawer. But I guess I'll look anyway since it's open. Nope. Because usually I'll keep the original parts separate so that they're easier to find if I need to, you know, remold them or whatever. I probably just tossed it into another bag and didn't remember where I put it. So I just kind of hung around a little bit. So I've got a lot of stuff here. I'm not doing solely Masters of the Universe, that's just where I'm starting at. I do have plans to do like Marvel Legends and 6-inch scale stuff. I'm just not quite there yet. I'm trying to just focus on this 5.5 stuff until I feel it's like stable design wise, and then move on to something a little harder. And I'm not gonna like abandon it. I've even got like some Rustler parts here. From different figures. Some G.I. Joe 3.5 inch, 3 1/4, like 3 3/4. I just don't have a lot of organization space, so I have a lot of stacked bags and things. So I'm always kind of hunting around for the parts that I'm looking that I need. Hopefully the next place that I live is a little more spacious so I can be a bit more organized than I am now. I'm just trying to make it work with what I've got. This is all scrap. Yeah, that's all junk. I don't know where this part is. It's like, oh, found it. Nope, actually that's not, that's a modified part. When I started doing these, I wasn't sure if the width of that was right, so I extended the arms on it a little bit, and then it ended up being a little too loose. So I've got some variations basically that I can use for different things. So I'll do like some wider stance figures later. Dang, where is this part? Did I actually just destroy the real thing? Yeah, this might be the original that I just butchered. So I'll probably have to just remold this, and then I'll just make some edits to it, I think. Because I don't think I have another one of these original Y parts laying around, not without like cracking open a figure, and I don't want to take that kind of time right now. So I think I'm just going to have to work with what I've got. Let's see, just do another quick check. I'll probably make some of these. I'll be making more parts, original parts in the future. But right now, I do a lot of work with stuff that already is made because it's just easier to work with. Coming up with like totally new parts that are engineered just right isn't exactly like fast or easy. Let's see. This was probably one of the other original parts that I molded, yeah. So I guess I can take this one. It should still fit, yeah. So I'm gonna refactor this. I'll put this aside. I'll work on that a little later today. So I'm gonna start with this, and I'll do a test cast of that watermelon mold. If you don't know what I'm talking about, it's this. It's a, what is it, a hand mold? No, this is a boot mold I just made of these feet. So I gotta do a test cast of this at some point today. But I'm gonna modify this because I don't have a good base one to work off of that's in good shape, so I need to fix this and update it, and then I will mold it because I need to get some parts done soon. Let's see, so that's the center peg. This is too big. So I'm trying to match the diameter of these pegs. And I usually have a lot of these scrap rods laying around I can use. Let me check my parts bin before I go cutting new pieces. This is too thin, right? Yeah. Okay. This is all like various mold vent parts that I've made. So I tend to just pull from like scrap I already have. Instead of making stuff brand new. This is a bunch of Glios pegs and scrap and stuff. Let's see. I guess I'll just have to cut a new piece. That's fine. Not exactly what I wanted to do, but it's fine. So this looks like it's the right size. Yeah, okay. So I have a lot of like work I need to do here because let's see. So this piece needs to fit over this peg. Looks like I gotta redo that peg. So that's if you look at this other cast here, this fits over this. Actually, that one's a little rough. I haven't had to update these parts in a while, so there's a little bit of, it's a little bit off. I was never really satisfied with the mold for some of these parts anyway, so me redoing them is kind of like already a thing that was going to happen. So this fits on here, and then your legs snap onto this. So I need this piece to be this diameter, which means I need to cut a lot of this back, how it's shaped differently here. I had to redesign that. I think this is the same diameter. No, it's a little bigger, which means there's a thinner piece I had here a minute ago. The benefit of these like polystyrene rods and things is like they come in all these different sizes, so I have a lot of options. I think these two are similar sized. These are the same. They're both a 16th. I really need something between a 16th and this, which is, well, 0.100 of an inch. So this is what, 0.602. So the diameter is like pretty significant, almost a whole millimeter. So what I could probably do is just increase the diameter on one. Or I'll actually probably just take this and I'll just sand it down so it fits. I don't know if I don't see any other scrap I've got here in this bin that would work. Yeah, so I'm just gonna do that. Because I want this to be, I don't want this to be like loose, it should be like pretty snug. Because it should turn a little bit, because if it's too, like if there's not enough play, it can snap. Which I don't want. I also need to make edits because this little cuff here should be taller. Because when these go together like that, it sits in there, but like just barely. And you know, these pegs aren't exactly like very long, so I just want to provide a better fit than I have on the existing pieces. And these are casts that I worked on, so I don't really want to use these as a copy, because you lose a little bit between the copies. A little bit being like the diameter gets a little bit smaller or a little bit thicker by like unnoticeable amounts, but it's there. And I would like to try to get this into a mold started on this, so I do want to work kind of fast. So this is the base diameter, but it's a little too snug for this, so it needs to be, I need to make it just like a hair thinner almost. But I don't want to take too much of it off, so I want to kind of sand it slowly until it fits. And then just smooth it somewhat kind of, this is too rough. These are finishers. I think that's a finisher. This is not bad. What's this one? 220 grit. So I'll start with this. I'm going to mark how much of this I want to use. I'll give myself like an inch. I'm going to try to just keep turning it as I sand it so that it's still pretty cylindrical. Because doing this by hand, it's going to be, it can develop like curves and bumps in it because it's not, you know, I'm not machining it, I'm not that precise. Alright, so I'll test fit this. That's close. Don't need to take very much off. Like I said, it's almost imperceivable how much needs to come off. This polystyrene is a really soft plastic. Like, it's firm enough to build forms, but it's not strong. So it's easy to sand. and you can glue it really easily. Yeah, it's even closer. So it's really good for building prototypes. Well, it's good for non-organic shapes, let's put it that way. So if you're sculpting like organic stuff, it's easier to just do that with clay. But anything mechanical or structural, this stuff is better. And I'm getting like an uneven sanding on this. I think I was taking too much off the front. Because it's so soft it bends really easily, so I can kind of inadvertently sand the wrong place or not sand it enough. So it seems like the front is fitting. Maybe if I do it like on the table. So I think it's thinner here, but then the rest of it is still pretty thick. Butterfingers. Yeah, that's good. I can tell it's not round anymore. I don't know how I'm going to fix that. So now that it fits, I don't want to take too much off of it. Okay, that's better, because now it's got like enough play up to like about an inch. I'm just going to smooth it a little bit because it's pretty rough right now. Actually, this was probably the best way to do it. Should have probably done this from the start. It's like rough to the touch. I want it to be smoother. It's fine if it's a little rough. That's probably even smoother. That's almost a little too loose, but it doesn't really, I guess it does wobble a little bit. Okay, so this is too thin. I mean, it's fine. It doesn't wiggle that much. Alright, I'll have to remake these edges here. Do I have, that's not going to fit. Let's see, do I have a part? This kind of fits. just smooth out these channels here. This part's not exactly round either from just me working with it. Really what I was trying to do was just reinforce the thickness of this. I could just fill it, but there's not really like a good reason. Yeah, this one's too thick. I don't even know why I'm working on that one. It's too thick. But this is like the size that I want. I have to modify this to make it work with that. So I'm already like off. Sometimes I think I should just make parts from scratch. That would be easier than trying to encourage existing parts to do what I want. Oh, this is even the wrong one. It's like a soft plastic, so that's already scrapped. That one's actually pretty good. It doesn't really have any air bubble defects in it. Okay, where's my... So I gotta drill this out. I have a bit here somewhere that's about the same size. I think this is a little too thick. Yeah, that one's just a little too thick. I want to make sure this goes straight through and not like at an angle. Should be easier with a drill press, but I don't have one of those. Alright, let's see what our fit looks like. Alright, so that's good. It's loose enough. I'm going to cut this off at the top here, because I don't need this part to be this big. I really want it to stop at this top knot. Okay, So I'm just going to shape this a little bit. Okay, I thought I had some loose grinder bits on here, but I guess not. Just trying to round the top down. I want to make it smooth if I can. It's a little hard to see those. Just like a light color against a light background. It's very low contrast. Okay. Yeah, put on a dust mask. This stuff's not exactly like great for your lungs. Okay. Let's see. So just some like debris in there. Where's my file? So I have this guy. It's like more precision file. Man, I wish I had cast this in a different color. Let's see, where's my course paper at? These emery boards are really great. They're like better than regular sandpaper just because like they're easier to hold. And they come in different grits. Not as many as sandpaper, but these are probably worth making too. If you've got like scrap, well, that's what I should do. Take some scrap foam core board and glue like different grits onto it, so that I can make different level grit sticks that I can use. These are just so much easier to like handle. And they flex a little bit, so you can get well, you might have like, you know, slight curves to your surface. They're not like perfect, but just having like something to hold on to is like always kind of a problem with sandpaper. There's just nothing to grip, so then, you know, it gets all like torn and misshapen. I've kept these fins. They like fit into, well, this one's not a good example. Actually, that one actually doesn't sit that well either. This longer part usually sits in the back, but they like, these little fins keep this thing from moving too much, as well as like the top. So there wasn't really like a reason to remove them, so I've just left them on. It's a little bit more support for the structure. You know, these little spheroid things, the fit on these things is important. So when I sand down like these little burrs and things, I was going to be like real minimal, like just enough to remove it so that it'll fit into the hip socket and still retain its friction. So when you can see like the dust building up around the sides, you know it's still higher than the surface. So you can just make slow strokes till it looks like it's all the same level. I want to work on ways to make casting these easier, molding them easier, so that, because like if you can not sand this at all, not have to touch it at all, that's better, because like every little bit you shave off of it can affect like how well it fits in the part. It's like I have this guy here. This guy's not. He's an earlier prototype, so he's off a little bit. This guy's a more recent one. So I want to be able to easily snap this thing on. It's also difficult to hold it like by itself, but seeing it has like, it's snug enough that it'll like stay in its position. There should always be a little bit of resistance. It shouldn't be loose. This could probably actually stand to be just a little bit, have a little bit more on it. So I'm going to probably put a coating on this before I mold it, just to make it slightly thicker. So with a fit like this, I would rather be taking away small parts to make it fit, because once it's too small, like you can't add on without potentially compromising like the shape itself. Let's see, this is like miscast a little bit, so there's a slight ridge here that I'm probably gonna have to build up with something. I've got a couple materials I can probably use to try to build up a little bit there, because it's not flush and it needs to be. Like this one is pretty flush. It doesn't have, I didn't really have to sand the whole surface down. There was just that ridge that was standing up. Sorry, it's just a little chilly in here, so I've got a space heater on, but now it's getting a little too warm, so I just had to adjust it. Okay. So I'll probably put like a clear coat or something on this to make it just slightly thicker. Also needs to be smoothed out. What am I doing? So again, like it's easier to use this because it's already like firm than trying to coax sandpaper into staying, you know, as a flat surface. That needs to go on the to-do list to make some of these sanding boards. Next I have a mask, I can't exactly blow the dust off of this thing, so this one's got a slight like lip on it. That's just a product of the cast though. So some of this stuff I gotta file down. I'm really just feeling it to see where it's still kind of rough. And this thing's great because I can make little like tight corners if I need to. Though this thing will eat through whatever I'm sanding if I'm not careful. I thought I could sand this burr off, and I'm worried about tearing up the side by using that tool. So I'll wait until I get that removed and then come back in here because I'm trying to define like the notch right here. It's kind of rounded in the original part, and I really just want to square it off. There's a little lip here I can feel. I'm afraid of using the knife too much because I can take off, you know, one part and leave like a divot. Granted, this part doesn't need to be like visually perfect. It's gonna be tucked inside the figure, but it's just a personal thing. Just trying to achieve a certain level of quality here. So to me, it's important, even if it's not really important in like the larger scale. This part feels rough too. I feel like a little ridge from the mold. Let's see, this is where sandpaper excels. You can get into these tight little areas. This is like, I gotta round this down. Square this off a little bit. Well, I'll do this side one thing at a time. Okay, so this side seems okay. This side's still a little rough. Some of it's like totally relying on your sense of your touch sense. This little lip here is just bugging me, even though it's trivially important, so I should probably just let it go. Just smooth it over a little bit. Try to get a smoother surface. I got some other stuff. Yeah, this is a little softer. You can't really sand resin to a gloss finish. It just doesn't really like to do that, but you can get it pretty smooth. Stuff is so fine it doesn't even feel like sandpaper. It just feels like a piece of cloth. Okay, so that side's done. This back side is mostly done. Actually, I could stand to smooth this out a little bit. I'm sure I'm being unnecessarily finicky. But like this will be the master part, so like I want this to be as nice as I can make it. because that means the parts that I make copies of this will be pretty close to like the quality of this one. Yeah, this side's actually pretty okay as it is. It doesn't really need too much finessing. There's a weird little bump right there, but I'm not gonna. It's just a side effect of the previous mold. So it's that copy of a copy thing. Like there's a little defect here that I don't love, which, so if I don't fix it, it gets carried over into the copies of this. So then that flaw like persists. But sometimes it's just a question of like, is that worth spending a lot more time on? Because like there's a little divot right here, you can see these lines. I might be able to fill this with a sealant. I think I'm going to fill this in flat so it's similar to this. I'll coat that. I need to add a fin here like this. I need to make these thicker like this, so I gotta figure out what I'm gonna use to do that. I guess I could just use the clay. There's another set of these I made. I like half filled these, so then there was like a disc in the center that ran across perpendicular to give it more like horizontal strength, so that it wouldn't like bend as much. I still gotta finish this. Let me see how this fits as is. It's pretty snug. It could still be just slightly thicker though. So part of the issue is like this part here. Do I try to use a silicone rod for this, or do I put a rod through this when I mold it or cast it, right? So would I put a rod through into the mold like this, which has pros and cons. The con being that the part can be, and that actually is like pretty much the right diameter, is the part may not want to come off of this. I mean, it should. I would also just mold release it too. Yeah, I think I'll just put a rod through it. I need to get metal rods that are this size. They're better for putting into your mold because the resin's less likely to stick to it. So I need to fill these. So what are my options here? So I've got these rods. I could like set these in clay and then fill this. I think that's kind of how I did these. I filled them and then like drilled through them basically. Yeah, so I'm just gonna fill this with clay, and then I'm gonna use like bits and just manually kind of with my fingers drill through it. Because this brown clay is pretty good at holding its form. So let's see, that should be enough for both of these. did this before. I guess I just mashed it down with something like this. Yeah, and I can fill it from the back. Okay, so I'll fill this back side. Well, I'll really just close up this little seam here. Let's see, I got another tool here somewhere. There you are. Okay, so that fills the space. So I'm going to start with a small bit. Like this. And then try to manually drill through this. And also try to keep it in a straight line. And I'll slowly widen this. Is the same diameter? Yeah, pretty much. I think this one's slightly bigger. So now I basically have a pilot hole, which is off a little bit. So I'll try to make this slightly bigger. It's still off. Well, it should probably be the same diameter as this. So I think this is the same size rod, right? Yeah, pretty much. Okay, so I'm going to file this down to round off the edge. Alright. So let's see if I can do kind of the same thing here. I think it might still be too small. This bit's too big. No, it's about the same size. Yeah, so I was trying to like force it through. Now this doesn't need to be perfectly centered because it's not gonna be aligned to anything. I just want this extra layer of clay to strengthen the wall. Okay, so now with that in place, I'll just hack this back down and try to seal that edge. Well, not seal it per se, but you know, like fill it, and then I'll remove this rod, and I'll insert, there'll be rods that get inserted in the mold, so it'll be molded with these rods in, so there'll be space allotted for them. So then the rods will be inserted in the mold to ensure that this space is left open. Silicone tools might be too soft for this stuff. Yeah. I think I have another, I guess I could just use this too. I just need something to make this seam here a little more square. I'll do the same to the back. I'll do the same to the other arm. And I'll have to cut some pegs to put into these. And I also have to put that fin on. And that fin is mostly just for promoting airflow out of the mold. It doesn't really serve any structural purpose. Okay. That like, I don't think it's even totally straight, but it's fine. Doesn't need to be. So I think what I'm actually going to do is push this through a little bit more. And then I'm going to cut this off and just leave it in here. Because this is just clay, it's not like it's going to dry or anything. So it could easily be disrupted or messed up in some way. So let's see, I'm thinking of molding this. Actually, I may not need that fin. Yeah, because I'm thinking of molding it like at an angle like this. So then the resin will enter here and flow upward and then up these. And I'm going to put two like crescents here sticking up to serve as the vents. And that should be all that I need. It should be, because these previous ones have had pretty complex venting, which is more cleanup and just uglier. I don't have any like straight out of the mold to show you, but yeah, I think I'm gonna just keep this. I'm just thinking about if I want to try to make these I was thinking about trying to do something to make the one end more like not unique, but like if this is squared off, you know, then maybe it'll help me remember which end goes into which side. So like the squared ends could go in the side with this peg, so I know that that's where they always go. I still gotta fill this in. I'll probably just end up using clay for that. Okay, so that's that. I gotta round this off now. I've tried a few different ways to mold these things, and I haven't quite discovered like the best way yet. And have a factory and have proper injection molding, that's probably the way to go. But, you know, we're not doing that here. We ain't got that kind of money. So let's collect all my clay bits. Alright, put that away. Those I don't need right now, that I don't need right now. Need this, and this, and this, and this. Okay. I'll also use my finger this time, since I can't. I should have pressed these like full before I put that side in, but I was kind of just like thinking on the fly, so that's fine. We'll still get the same result. I mostly just want this to be full. Okay. Now I can work on the rough center. It's hard to like know if you're, oh, it's off a little bit. Makes me, if I watch it from the side, I can try to guide it a little bit. See, it's like still off, but I guess I could move it a little bit. That's not a bad starting point. Again, it doesn't need to be like, we're not trying to be like dead center. Trying to be in the neighborhood of dead center. So run this guy through. It should run through without too much trouble. It's off a little bit, but it's fine. We're going to realign it. Get it to about the same. See how it's like wobbly? I'm going to try to get it to be kind of straight. So I'll start by just packing this back down in. First I'll try to make it's like fit more snug on both sides. And then I can worry about like adjusting the position. Because if all the clay is like packed in there, it'll force it to move around itself. Readjusting as I move this. So that's not bad. Parallel wise, that's not bad. Okay, that's actually okay. So now I'm just gonna try to clean this up a little bit. Alright, there's probably just like too much in here. Okay. Alright. See now it shifted. I knew it was going to move a little bit just from me handling it. So I'm inadvertently putting pressure on it. Just trying to be more careful on the other side. I can fix the alignment shortly once I get this excess clay trimmed off, and then flatten out the top surface. It's like pushed to the one side, so I gotta fix that. Some of that could just be perceptual too. It's like coming down over the edge, so I could be thinking it's more off center than it is. I mean, it's definitely off center, but I just keep putting pressure on it when I'm trying to get this clay trimmed, so I'm like kind of pushing it out of place by accident. Fuck, I'm still doing it. It's tough because it's just a soft clay, so it's gonna like, even this one's like flexing a little bit. If I can get this guy set and be happy with it, then I can leave this part alone. I'm like a little concerned. I probably should use something a little more permanent than other than this clay. Like I could probably just use, I don't know, this white plastic, like it'll deform if I put it under heat. I've been suggested that you can boil some of these clays. Not this one, this is a non-hardening clay. But that might allow me to bake it without causing the plastic to like soften or melt. I just feel like that's an off-camera kind of thing, and I don't really have the time right now to do that. So I'll just table that for next time. Okay, that's okay. Alright, so that's 2 down, and then this middle one will just be a plain piece. So I'll probably just let this middle one be like longer, so that's easier to remember. I could probably make it about the same size. Alright, so I should be able to start molding this here shortly. This is going to be a really small mold, so it shouldn't take very long to build. Where's my little bucket? So this guy, this stuff is really cool. This it's a dental dye sealer hardener. It's for like dental work. Hey Wowzer, how's it going? It depends. It depends on like the silicone you're using. Some stuff lasts longer than other stuff. Like platinum cure tends to last longer. It's better, like heat resistant. You can also, it depends on, like, I don't know. So like resin generates heat. So when you sorry, I'm looking for a place I can put this. I guess I could just set it down here. Resin generates heat as it like cures. So silicone can typically only take so much heat damage before it becomes brittle. So like your platinum cures will last longer. And that's like a material that's in the silicone that helps it cure. And so platinum tends to be more heat resistant, so it'll last longer. But if like you're doing a lot of thin parts, then they don't generate as much heat, so your molds can last a lot longer. So it's kind of like one of those it depends things. It depends what you're casting, how big your molds are, how big the cast pieces are. So there's a lot of factors that go into like the life of your mold. So I'm wearing a dust mask if I sound a little muffled. I know some people who have gotten like they've gotten dozens of casts out of their mold before it dies, and others can get like a few because they're doing like large pieces that are solid resin, so they'll generate a lot more heat. So, you know, the more heat it generates, the more it shortens the life of your mold. And that's not a direct answer, but it's just one of those questions that kind of has like a various amount of ways that it can be affected. Okay, let's see. I gotta clean those things. This is probably a good size. So I gotta let this stuff dry here. I don't usually beat it on like that, so it might take a little longer than normal. So I'm gonna try to build up. I'm gonna make a clay positive, so like a kind of a wall of clay that this is mounted into, and that'll support it, so I can pour silicone over it. So I'm gonna wipe this piece down, remove any like excess clay and glue and bits from it, so the hot glue I have warming up off to the side will stick to it. Okay, so let's see. Alright, so that's still kind of setting. I don't usually beat that stuff on, usually put it on really thin. I guess I can put a little on this back side. So this stuff you can get on, you can kind of get it on eBay. It's just a dental mold. It's for dental molds. They'll do like a wax sculpt and then use this to seal it. And it gets like pretty hard. It creates like a hard, thin coating on the outside. So I've been using it as like a sealer lately. I mean, it's the only bottle I have, so it's kind of new to me, but I like it so far. Alright, let's get out the clay we're going to use. This is a Sculptex brand. You can get it wherever you buy resin supplies. I bought it from Reynolds, which is the vendor for Smooth-On. And it's non-hardening soft clay. Yeah. It's like sticky, but it's also non-stick. It's kind of weird. Like, it doesn't really stick to your parts very well, which is what you want. But it sticks to itself really well, which is really good. I'll let that go a little bit longer. Okay, so I'm going to mold this guy upside down. I'm going to have to put some venting on him, so I'll probably do that while that's drying, curing, whatever. And that's going to be a couple little round fins on the top, so I'm going to have to cut some plastic for that. I'll use this polystyrene. Sometimes I skip steps. I forgot I had to do this, so it's kind of good that I remembered just now. Sometimes describing what I'm doing helps, because then it helps me not skip steps. Yeah, so cut. I've been trying to use existing scrap to make stuff like this, but actually I can just use another part to get this measurement. Where's my pencil? So I'm going to make like a little fan hood thing to go over this. It's going to go on the tops of these round parts here. Maybe I'll just cut this out with scissors instead. Here are my little, I have these little, like, they look like surgery scissors. They were just hidden. So I can just get the rough shape. I don't need like precision here. I can just sand it down if I need it to be precise. That's not quite what I wanted, but it will have to work. I could probably round it out. So I'm basically making a little crown type hat thing for these guys. So I want it to be thin so that it doesn't add much or any bulk to the these like round parts. Once I get this one to fit, it'll make a little more sense what I'm doing here. Once you can see it. If I had a bigger drill, I could probably just drill this thing out. So it's basically going to be like this, except this is going to be at an angle. So it'll sit kind of like this. And it'll allow like air to move up and out of the part as the resin fills it from below. Let's see, where's my thin paper? That's why I like this polystyrene. It's very like versatile. So it's going to be in at an angle. So you want to place it where the air is going to rise to. So you look for the highest point, because these are spherical. It's always going to be like, you know, the very topmost point. Because even like at the cross section, the air is going to move. It's always going to want to move up. So it's going to move along this curve and toward this peak. So if your vent is at the peak, the air will always find that and escape that way. These thin parts are sometimes just hard to handle. It doesn't need to be like, you know, straight like this. It can be at an angle or whatever, as long as that peak has like somewhere the air can escape to. Then it should find its way out. And the first time I molded these, it was a little less refined, I guess. Actually, I'm gonna cut this off a little bit. I want this to be a little flatter. So I want it to be at an angle. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to glue these on. So let me take a look at this again. I tend to double and triple check things. It's better to like get it right the first time. Oops, see, that's backwards. Then I have to come back and try to fix it. So I'm looking at like, you know, there's going to be another one here, so where do they overlap? And do I want to turn it at all? Or do I want it to be like parallel? So sometimes this is just things I have to like think through as I'm working on it. Because like once you put it on, it's on. you know, or you have to like break it off and make adjustments. And I'd rather like get it right the first time, or maybe not even right, but like more how I would prefer it to be. So I'll probably just actually cut this off. So I can always connect them later once they're in the mold if I really want to do that. Okay, so then that'll be like this. And let's see, so if the angle, it doesn't need to be an extreme angle because I don't want air being trapped in any of these other little areas. I want it to all kind of rise equally out. So probably, sorry, these thin parts can be hard to hold on to and hold them in a way that the camera can kind of pick them up. So I think I'll actually cross it like this. And because I want this to be thin, I don't want the glue joint to be very wide either. So that's another thing I have to think about. So I have this little tool that I made to spread glue once I put it down. Because the glue adds to like the surface of the part. So I want to try to minimize any like rise I add. But I did say earlier that like it's better to have, for this particular part, it's a little better for it to be slightly higher because I can sand it down as opposed to it being too small. Now I'll have to add some glue or something in there. Or not. Probably it doesn't really matter. It actually looks okay. It's a pretty clean joint. Just let that guy cure. I'll make another one. I do a lot of molding and casting, but it's like little fabrication and stuff like that. I enjoy this part too because it's problem solving and it's like a different aspect. I made it like this, right? And then I trimmed it down. Yeah, thanks man, thanks for stopping by. I'll be here 3 days a week if you want to come back. Alright, so we'll try to do the same thing. We'll make a little hat. Try to actually measure this one a bit more accurately, so I have less of it to cut out. So I started pretty small with that first one. I wasn't quite sure how big I needed it to be. Okay. I guess I could try to cut this one out this time. Maybe it'll go a little better. Sometimes it's just tough to control this blade on a curve. have a very sharp knife and go slow. Definitely seems to help. Okay. Well, now that I've got it like scored, I could probably clip some of this out. Go back to the skizzers. That first one's pretty sloppy, so I'm trying to be a little better this time. Yeah, scoring it definitely helped. It's a lot easier to cut this time. It's got like a path it wants to break on. Maybe I can get away with less sanding. I'll use this one, that's right. Really just trying to smooth down that curve. I'm not trying to make anything like beautiful here. Well, not here anyway, but this particular thing. Test fit this guy. Still a little narrow. I want to try to keep the shape, so I'm just carving it kind of slow. Take off a little bit until it looks about right, and then test fit it. Yeah, still a little off on this side. Okay, that's pretty close. Okay, so we flip it around. Yeah. Actually, this side's a little. Okay. I'll probably take just a little bit more off this curve. Like less than a millimeter. And that's probably too much, but it's probably also fine. So if we go this way, yeah, so that's like a decent fit. Clip this corner. Try to kind of mimic what we're doing on the other one. Make a little different little hat. And then, so this is slightly angled, so this is going to have to be the same, because it's going to be in here kind of parallel. So I'm going to be like close to the top there. Yeah, alright. So like a general spot where we want that to go. So the angled part's the inner side. Yeah, actually went on fairly well, so I'm just going to clean this up. Use this excess glue to try to make sure it's bonded all the way around. And the reason I want it to bond all the way around is like so that this all molds together and creates a seamless channel where air can flow out. Trying to smooth out these bumps while the glue is still wet. Because a little bit of like raised texture is okay because it adds extra friction once the parts are assembled, but too much and it can inhibit them like snapping together. Okay, that looks pretty good. It's not like on exactly right, but it should be fine. Alright, so now I gotta put on. Usually I used to do this stuff like once I got it halfway into the clay on the mold, and then I realized it was probably better to build a lot of the venting and whatnot before you put it on, because like if you need to make changes or something doesn't quite fit right or flow right, it's a lot easier to fix it, you know, when it's just the part itself instead of having to dig it out of the mold and potentially like wasting, you know, work and time that you've spent. So I've been trying to just be more efficient in those ways. And now since this is going to be the top, I'm going to have the injection point be here. I guess it can actually be behind. Yeah, we could put it on the back. So let me see what I've got here. So that's angled. So I could start like this and then have it curve up around the side here instead of it going underneath. I don't know, I guess either is probably fine, really. I'll just see what scrap I got laying around before I start fabricating new stuff. Let's check the parts bin. Heyo, how's it going, buddy? What up? Both popping in at the same time. I'm gonna mold this thing. I just been working on this before you guys came on. So how you guys been? Train? Bus? That's part of what I liked about living in Chicago was like decent public transit. I didn't have to drive if I didn't want to. Nice. Just getting home always feels good. You get to like pretend like the world doesn't exist anymore for a day. Well, I guess for a weekend now. That's not too encouraging, Sabretooth, but I guess that's also life. Yeah, we're gonna keep the pizza lid from, you know, getting cheese stuck on. The pizza lid, the cheese lid. I can't even talk today. What the hell's wrong with me? Other than everything. Yeah, I'm trying to prioritize like molds I haven't done for the previous like set of figures. So I have like all but, well, that could have been dangerous. All but 3 molds left, so I'm trying to prioritize those this weekend, because I'd like to be able to put out another set before Christmas, even if it's like not, you know, it's too close to Christmas to like really sell much of it, but it's more just a personal goal. Cheese trivet. Coming in here with your fancy food words. This thing is such a mess. So what weekend plans do you guys have now that you've got a couple days to breathe? Nice. Cut that one off. Rotate it. So you're gonna do more work, but he probably appreciates the help. Setting up a restaurant is pretty scary. I'd be pretty terrified. Just of like everything. Let's see. Yeah, I think you mentioned this before, didn't you? He like helped you out with something. So that goes up, and I gotta rotate this. So this is gonna go like, okay, so if I do, I don't know if I can do it that way. Maybe I do have to go through this side. Haha, that sounds kind of fun. The gingerbread zoom thing. I haven't played Among Us, and I've played similar stuff, but not that game specifically. I will just be here doing this, or I still gotta finish putting our pool away. I haven't finished doing that yet. Oh damn, that's still, oh, kudos to him then. because it's such a risky like thing to get into. But if he's making it work, then he should definitely keep doing it. Yeah, right. And we ain't got no fancy pool, just our little our adult kiddie pool. But it ain't bad. I guess I gotta put this on the side. I thought I could get away with putting it on the back, but I think it could be too difficult to remove. It's fine, I guess. It's not on an important area. Kitchen format? What's that? Like the initial setup, or? I guess I could just go straight up like that, right? Yeah, maybe I'll just go. So I gotta cut this at more of an angle. That's probably too much of an angle. No, it's not bad. I think you mentioned this recently. Your buddy's like concept. It sounds good. Someday I'll go out for Mexican again and like sit there. Yeah, it sounds like a really good deal and like a good experience too. You know, feel free to plug it if you want. I mean, you know, the audience is microscopic, but it'll be on YouTube later, so might get them passive interests. People don't know about it, you know. Nice. Yeah, it sounds awesome. We've definitely spent more on, like, you know, probably lower quality meals. My partner and I mean. Yeah, sounds good, man. Definitely, like, you know, announce it on Instagram and stuff too, because people live all over and eventually people will travel again. Alright, man. sounds good, Bone Splinters. If you want to pop back on, you know, later, depending on what your plans are. I mean, I'll be here for 2 more hours, so. Otherwise, thanks for stopping by. Nice, that's gotta definitely help a lot. Having like ins and different marketing channels and how to like distribute it and get it out there. Yeah, when I was like younger-ish, I used to, you know, dislike ads and marketing. And I mean, nobody, I guess, loves ads, but except the people who make them. But like, you know, they're a necessary part of like business. If you don't know something exists, you can't use it or buy it or whatever. So it's definitely an aspect that's important. Yeah, we'll just do that. Yes, keep it kind of small. Well, it's gonna go like this, right? So it'll go up. I guess I can angle it back and then rotate it here. Yeah, I think I gotta not glue my fingers together. I'll rotate it here. Yeah, a friend of mine's been like, I wouldn't say she's hounding me, but she's like been interested in buying a fig for her husband, so she's been kind of like pushing me, which is good, because then I'm prioritizing like trying to get some of this stuff done. Yeah, that's totally true about like memorable but not obtrusive advertising. It's that, you know, as long as they remember it, but you want them to remember it in like, you know, a positive light when they do think of it. Alright, so we'll do that. Just gonna wait for this glue to dry so I can set the next part. Alright, that's good. Good enough anyway. And then this guy's gotta go. Let's see, so if I cut it, I guess I could angle it this way. Yeah. Yeah, it used to be like an art form, you know, advertising. And now it's just like gotta get those clicks, gotta get those eyeballs. And like the experience be damned. I mean, I get it, I guess, you know, there's a trillion eyeballs. So you just want to get as many looking at your thing as possible is probably like the prevailing thought. Not too concerned about like what the customer potentially thinks. Hey Cap, how's it going? Indeed. Yeah, right? Subtle. Yeah, I saw your notification earlier, Cap, that you were finally like streaming Cyberpunk. I guess that'll just have to be at an angle, and it'll have to be fine. Yeah, okay. Alright, so once that dries a bit, I'll start building the box. Well, the clay back, anyway. I saw like there's kind of mixed reactions to Cyberpunk. People bitching about like bugs, and then I saw like a thread on Reddit earlier. I don't even know what Reddit it was in. People are bitching about like nudity options. I was like, God damn, that's fucking trivial. Alright, so I gotta build this boy up like this. So that's the vertical. Yeah, it's a little annoying how like fast the generations change for game hardware, but I guess that can't really be avoided. Yeah, no fancy shit for me. I'm like a very late to the party gamer. So you can go like that. Raise it up a little bit more. There we go. Okay. Stand that boy up. Stand up, son. Can't sleep on the job. I have no idea what that would even be. DSSL. I have no idea. Cool, that's always a good benefit. Better graphics. I've like barely played anything in 4K, let alone like worrying about, you know, even better graphics than that. I'm a po' boy when it comes to gaming hardware. So how was the game like itself though, in your opinion? Like what you were able to play of it? Yeah, I saw a thread on Reddit earlier of people complaining about nudity options, that there weren't enough. They were like, you can have like 3 different dicks and there's only one lady parts. I was like, okay. Oh, that sounds great. Sounds just like what you don't want to happen in real life. Shit. Shit. That's all I need is like cops spawning instantly behind me in any situation ever anywhere. That's insane. I guess. Yeah, I saw that there was like people are bitching that there was like dick physics but not boob physics. I mean, where else, Sabretooth? Come on. I want I want coffee and some sausage. Well, not sausage, I guess, but roast beef. Oh yeah, I guess that's true. Twitch is probably like, no. I mean, they put the feature in the game, so, you know, I guess you gotta try it out, you know, for science. That'd be it sounds like a GTA thing, like there would be you're nude except for a fig leaf. Okay, that must be what people were talking about when they were like, "Oh, you're nude, but you still like have underwear." So I didn't really know what that meant. You gotta download the boobs. That seems excessive, but I guess you know they're being kind of inclusive. But I saw people complaining that I guess some of the ladies are saying that like there aren't enough like boob sizes. I guess that's the downside to inclusion, right? Is you're not gonna please everyone, no matter how hard you try. I think the question is, can you just have 3 boobs? Because I mean, it's just cyberpunk. And that's some Total Recall shit. So like, why is that not in there? A true tragedy. I guess we're gonna split this like above this. So I guess I'll have to have I guess the mold seam's gonna have to be like above the bulbs, but then not like halfway up the vents. So I want the bulbs to be completely covered. Well, I want them to be where they split, right? So then it should be like you're sitting on a shrub. Gotta bring out the weed whacker, trim it down. I guess you gotta be inclusive. If you're gonna have like a porn stash you can put on a dude, you gotta have, you know, porn bush you can put on a girl. Sounds weak. Alright, so this fucking thing needs to be covered. Hey Fluffy, you jumped in just at the right time. Yes, indeed. Yes. Tasteful video game critique landscaping discussion. What could possibly go wrong? Nothing. So what are you up to, Fluffy? What's going on with you on this fine Friday afternoon? Nice, that's always good. Booty customization. I mean, they've been working on this game for a long time, so like, you know, the thick trend, well, I wouldn't say the trend, but like the enjoyment of the thick ladies has is only a recent development. This fucking thing, come on, stay in place. I can't quit bumping up my freaking finger. I don't know, missing out on that bootyliciousness. I don't know. Thick with two C's has been pretty versatile. There's a lot of variety there, which is enjoyable. You're the resident expert, though. You're the most hyped about it. So all my questions default to you. Well, Cyber Booty's the porn parody. Wow. Yeah, I was reading that too, that it's like a mess. But I mean, it's like, what game isn't a mess out of the gate anymore? Yikes. I mean, surely they'll get that patched soon. At least you got it going. I don't know, 1.4 gigs seems trivial anymore for like a patch. But, oh, fuck do I know. I'll have to just watch some gameplay videos on YouTube. So I know I won't be playing anytime soon, but I've been interested in it because it's been like hype for so long. I can watch your VODs too, Cap, depending on like how much stuff you got up so far. Where's my knife? There's a thing I never do, make thumbnails. That's a lot of work I don't want to do. I feel like I should, but it's just not like a priority. Well, that's good. Like, I mean, the most recent game I've played is Borderlands 3 because I'm very slow, but it's the same deal. Like, people bitch like nonstop since the game came out, and like any of the bitches that I've had have been like, the text is too small and the horizontal split screen sucks. But that's about it. And 1080 shouldn't be like a big deal for like modern games either, really. Probably like a good compromise in like quality and resolution. Ugh. Fucking straight silicone. Yeah, I can believe that. I mean, does anything like get adequately reviewed anymore? Everything seems like a joke. It's like you gotta find all the, you gotta read all the good reviews and the bad reviews and then cross-reference them. I guess like reviewing as a job is just not a thing that happens anymore. I have to just cut this thing down. I don't want to do it right now. I feel like it's gonna break, so I'm just gonna live with it. I don't need it to fucking break on me. I do not want to be having to fix that. I don't know, on one hand it's made it like easier to like evaluate stuff. Because like, you know, I read the bad reviews of things and then try to gauge like, well, is this person just overreacting or is this a legitimate concern? And like good reviews I almost don't even pay attention to. Because like if you love it, then I'm already interested in the thing, so it doesn't really tell me anything that I don't know. I need to know about like potential like problems and things to look out for. That's silicone. I think I want to put. I think I need to add a reservoir to this. I just need some chunks. What do I got here? Not that. Consult the scrap bin. Yeah, totally agree, Sabretooth. It's all like having to, you know, do the work of like figuring out what's good information and what's bad. I guess I can use this. Let's see. I gotta cut this into 2 pieces. I could probably cut this into 1 piece and use that. The scrap bin's like my go-to now. I'm glad I started saving all that crap, because I used to just throw it all away. But anymore, I like fabricate so much stuff from it. Yeah, I will have to get scrap bin music. I need like a whole like intro for it. I'm sure I can make that happen. I've been thinking about making just like an intro sequence so I can like start streaming while I'm still getting like set up, and then just switch scenes over to that, over to like this session. But I haven't made that yet because I'm lazy. Well, I'm not lazy, I'm just prioritizing, but a little lazy. I found this site that has where you can buy hold music. It's kind of weird. So I downloaded some synth wavy clips off of that. So I've got a little stockpile of like scene change music I could use. I feel like it should be scrap bin music should be like metal. Need a mascot like Oscar the Grouch, who lives in a trash can, who lives in the scrap bin. That could be where weapon opiate lives in the scrap bin. Because like the Craftsmaster's got that sock puppet mascot thing. Maybe weapon opiate will just have to be mine. I don't know if that's a good look or not, but you know, it is what it is. See, got that marketing thing going already. Like, how do we tie this into other things? Right, that's kind of a mess, but I need a different grindy bit. See, mascots are their whole untapped area. Could be like different hosts for different segments. So if I make two of these, I can have two little reservoirs. Reservoir. Yeah, it's gonna have to be a project for put on after this wave is ready of some kind of mascot. And opiate's gonna happen. That's just an assurance at this point. I'll just say he's in rehab right now. Alright, so if I do this, right, I can glue this on. Yeah. Okay. finger to it, dummy. I always lose this thing. Alright. I wonder how bad the metal channel is on pretzel, especially when there's no lyrics. Watch it be like surprisingly good. I'm tempted to put it on now, but I feel like that's a thing I should test out before I do it on stream. Could be real bad. Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, okay. What up? Yeah, there is only one way to find out. Trial by fire. Let me get this glued and then I'll switch it over and we'll see how terrible it is. And these are just reservoirs for like excess resin. This is what I'm molding is I'll show you in a second once I have this like secured. This is like the hip joint that goes in the figure. Sorry, give me a second. You can kind of see it here on this guy. So he's got one in here. So it's a ball joint hip. So I'm making a new mold for that because the old one is not great. Yeah, I'm remaking a set of molds for the first run of figures that I did, because the original ones are like, half of them are like falling apart and the other half are fine, but they're not like optimal. So I'm remaking those, and this is like one of the last few I need to make. So I wanted to try to get all three of the last ones done in the next couple of days, if I can. So I can try to put out like another set of figures before like Christmas time sets in. Yeah, it's definitely not like an immediately identifiable thing, this particular part here. It's not even part of like the original figures. It's one of the things that I added to like give them to like the old ones have this like rubber band that's like set into the legs, and that's what keeps them together. And it tends to, like, as old rubber does, it dries up and breaks. So I wanted to replace that and also make the legs like more interchangeable. So that's where this thing came from. It's like a big part of like these was interchangeable parts. So I'm trying to like make improvements on. I did the first time, and now I'm trying to make improvements on those improvements. Do I even need to fill that in? Probably not. Alright, this seems like a good segue to metal. Let's see how this goes. Well, this is no lyrics, YouTube friendly metal. Royalty free, so I guess we'll see how good this is gonna go. I mean, it's not too bad starting off. I'm a little surprised and delighted. Yeah, it's not terrible. I've definitely heard worse. Yeah. It definitely sounds like an intro, doesn't it? Alright, so where do I need to stop this at? So I'm gonna bring this up to... Yeah, I guess like... I need to go a little higher than that. Yeah, I used to, for a while back, I used to be on this, like... Yes. I was on, like, a Finnish metal kick for a long time. I still go back to it every now and then. It definitely sounds like that, though. Where, like, any moment now, it's gonna, like, go into the lyrics. Gravel tone vocals and... Oh my god, that's like so on point of a comment too. Let's see, who is this? Wontolla. Wontolla. It's got this very generic album art. It's not, it doesn't even say like metal to me. It's like green, purple, orange gradients. Alright, so we'll go up to this level and then flatten it out. my god, I've never even heard of that. Elves? I mean, where does it like... I mean, I'm sure you've seen Troll 2. Where does it like fall as far as terrible in regard to that? I mean, I know that's like a tough one to answer because it's like one of the worst movies ever made, but I could suggest this movie to my partner and she probably wouldn't object. Oh my god. Worse. Yeah, these streaming services lately, they've been getting away with like putting up all this like schlock horror and trying to pass it off as like something reputable. It's like, I see you, Netflix. Grizzly Adams. Oh my god, I didn't even know that guy made a horror movie. So I'm trying to break out of his mold. It's like, I'm gonna do a horror movie. It's gonna be great. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. It seems like every actor's career, like, who doesn't get huge, and even the ones that do, sometimes end up like faltering and being in some like terrible movie, like The Crows Have Eyes 3. Speaking of Santa's Killer Elves, have you seen I always blank on this. Oh shoot. Rare Imports or Rare Exports? I think it's on Hulu right now to stream. It's not schlocky, it's actually pretty good if you haven't seen it. It's a good Christmas horror movie. Suspense movie? Maybe it's more of a suspense movie. Yeah, Buddy introduced me to it like a while back, several years ago. Just trying to build up this. I'm gonna build like a little shelf right here, and then I'll put like the wall up. This is gonna be the top of this part of the mold. I want to just flatten this out. I'll have to fill in like the space in the front. Shit. Okay, so then I gotta do a back wall, which is probably something like that. I kind of like that I can just use this clay to stick the wall to it. Oh man, you can't be. How do you be a cinephile and you're gonna call him Tom McClane? Come on. Ugh, it's better to just be like, yeah, I've never seen that movie. Or just say you didn't like it. I don't know. But that's a pretty glaring mistake. Maybe that's the porn parody. She doesn't want to tip her hand fully. Because surely, with a name like Die Hard, there's gotta be a porn parody. How's this looking? Yeah, I feel like it's more like what doesn't have one anymore. I saw a thing today that said Cyberpunk already has a porn parody either out or being made. But I guess it's been like hype for a long time, so it's not like that would be some strange thing. It tracks, I guess. Oh yeah, I can actually glue this thing together. I forgot that the gun is on. Yeah, it's pretty lazy. Surely there's something more clever than that. Now what I'm curious about is the year. How long did someone wait to make that? Because surely no one was dropping that in like the early 90s. Oh, man. It's kind of nice to be able to make these things faster than I was. God, it would have taken me days to make this with the old stuff I was using. Let's see, I should probably go all the way to the top just to be sure it's sealed. Oh yeah, they had plenty of time to work on that. That's the best you can come up with in 2020 is dick hard? Come on. Not even trying. Some real lazy filmmaking there. Like, I'm not expecting the world, but come on. There's probably an Asylum knockoff with a better name than that. The Asylum's another one that it's just like a total question mark. I'm just like, why? Like, I guess, like, there's a market for, like, really terrible knockoffs. But, like, the Asylum is particularly bad. I mean, how do you miss that scene? Like, it's like not even Die Hard without that scene. Died hard. See? We just had this conversation now. They had a whole year to figure out that title. Or longer. Many years. Oh my god, yes. Died hard. Perfect. See, that would have been clever. Alright. Oh, I probably should have smoothed all this shit out before I put up this back wall, but mistakes were made. Guess we're just gonna do it real rough like. There we go, there's the double base. Why did I not smooth this stuff all over before I put up this back wall? What is wrong with me? Besides being a dummy. This is not the black metal you've been looking for. But I guess it'll have to do. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely black metal light. I mean, they're not screaming about Satan and cannibalism, so they're clearly lightweights. Is it really black metal without the lyrics, though? I think that's a very distinct part of different forms of metal is the lyrics. Well, the vocals, I wouldn't say the lyrics. Then I must be a black metal vocalist because I scream about inconvenient traffic patterns. I mean, I have been away from metal for too long, though. It, like, comes on rotation kind of randomly, depending what Spotify wants to play that day. This one I want? No. This one. This one. Sounds like Slipknot. Yeah. For sure. I was like in a band for a short time when I was like in my 20s and tried to do that. It takes a lot of practice. But yeah, it's gotta be killer on your throat. Cause like I couldn't get through like 2 songs without being like winded. And there's still like, you know, 50-year-old guys that are like going to shows in these bands and like doing that for 3 hours. I'm just like, how are you doing that? It's got to be like, it's got to all be like diaphragm, right? You can't just be like doing it in your throat, because I don't see how you don't like just lose your voice entirely. Oh my god, that is hilariously perfect. Fucking Slipknot. There's a band I could never get into. At first, I was like, oh, these guys are cool, and then I was like, no, they're not. Fucking Slipknot. Jesus Christ. They're still together, aren't they? I think they're still together. Like Mushroom Head is still together. I'm just like, what? How? It's gotta be all diaphragm, right? Because like even I don't want to say normal singers, but you know, those who sing the kind of vocals people expect to hear. Like, I feel like it's the same thing. If it's all coming from your throat, you're just gonna destroy it by the end of the night. But I just don't know enough about singing music production. I know on days when my cats are misbehaving all day and I'm screaming at them, by the end of the day, I am pretty tired. I guess good for them if they're still making a living doing that. I mean, I'll never go see them, but kudos to them, I guess. The last show I tried to see and failed was KMFDM. I wanted to, no, it wasn't KMFDM. It was that was the last one I tried to see, but then it was canceled because of COVID. They like closed their whole tour. And talk about a band that's been going for 30 years. Ugh, man. At least he's got like the foresight to at least try to like mitigate the damage. Yeah, I tried to see telephone or this is lyrics, my friends. I guess that button doesn't work all the time. It was yeah, telephone Tel Aviv. I tried to see them, but I wasn't able to. And yeah, KMFDM was the last band I tried to see like live here in Phoenix. Wait, what is it? Is this like, what's that Christmas Nutcracker song? Maybe it's not the Nutcracker. Maybe I'm just conflating things. Yeah, well, they broke up in what, like 95 or something, 97, and then they like sort of they like unofficially made that um MDFMK, and then they came back like a few years later, well, like after that tour or whatever. They put out, what is it, World War III? Yeah, that's probably one of my all-time favorite bands is KMFDM. This definitely sounds like that Nutcracker Christmas thing. Yeah, okay. Mannheim Steamroller. Yeah, see, I don't know shit about anything. I'm not a source of pop culture information. I know a little bit of stuff about movies and TV, and that's about it. I shouldn't be quite as intellectually diverse, or diverse, not diverse, devoid as I am, but such is life. Lots of things I never committed to memory. Like I got a buddy who's like really into bands, and knowing like all the members of a band and like their life story and what they're doing is like important to him, and I like don't give a shit. Yes, I am sort of a one trick pony. All right, that's like. Well, I could build this side up, but it doesn't really matter. Okay. Yeah, I never felt compelled to like own one of their albums or go see them. But had friends who were really into them. I feel like Mannheim Steamroller was like the the thing people were into around the holidays, and then for a while, I don't know if it was like popular, but my partner and I went to see Cirque du Soleil several times, which obviously isn't the same kind of thing because one's music and one's performance art, but I could smush that pretty easily. Alright, so I gotta define this parting line. I foolishly thought I was gonna be able to like make 2 molds today. Well, not like complete, but pour 2 of them. Oh, you silly boy. Nope. Guess I know what I'll be doing over the weekend. Also try not making everything freaking perfect lines and shit. It's not really necessary. No soup! Oh, soup! We just watched that episode of Big Mouth last night. If you're watching that or keeping up on it at all. And if not, never mind. Hey, the Master de Mango. How's it going? I'm making a mold of one of many parts for like I got some like these. I'm making these like action figure guys, so I'm making a mold of like this part. So I'm just smoothing this over. I see you, Cap. I just am responding to the other guy momentarily. I figured you were tinkering with something. Yeah, I'm trying to just like I was saying to Sabretooth, I was like trying to get this like to a point where I could move on with it, but it's just taking a little longer than I kind of expected. Yeah, so I have to build up this like this first like I've been calling it a clay positive. I don't really know what else to call it. So I'm kind of like defining the first half of the mold, and then I'll enclose this in like a box, and then I will cover it in silicone, which will then make half a mold, and then I'll open that up and rebuild the box and pour the other half, and it'll be like a two-part mold. Let me get past this like point right here, and I'll show you some of the other ones. So you can kind of see what it's gonna look like. It might help, like you know, sometimes seeing the end product helps a lot when you're like unsure what you're looking at. Because these guys are like a series of 10 parts, 14 parts. Ugh. So like I molded last time, I had these feet here, so I made a mold of those. So it's gonna look kind of like this when it's done. So it'll be like a block like this, but then this inner part. So this here is going to be basically this. Well, it'll be this part actually. And then this, what you see here, will become part of this. So that's like, this inner part is this, but for these two parts. And then this is the negative space. So then they go together and make a two-part mold that I then make copies with resin. Just to catch you up a little bit. Thanks for the follow too, man. Appreciate it. This is how my stream goes. I'm working on stuff, and we, chat about whatever, and when it's quiet or if no one's on, I'll kind of just narrate what I'm doing. So it's a very like casual kind of stream. I'm just trying to, I gotta smooth this all over first, and then I add like little dots, like little holes, so that they create like a lock system, so that when you put the halves together, they can like find each other and sit right. So I'll do that after I get this all like smoothed out. Sometimes this just takes a little while. Oops, that's the wrong one. So this is just a soft clay that Master Sabertooth actually recommended to me. So I've been using this, and it's been a lot of help compared to the stuff I was using before. It's just easier to work with. It doesn't it's a little softer. So just like a bunch of like little qualities that make it easier to use. Yeah, a little bit. Definitely patience required. And it's like a multi-step thing. Like this guy's, he's 14 different parts, so it's like it's not like one mold per part. So like these two are in one mold, but so I have to make like a series of molds for different parts before I can create like a complete figure. But I'm getting, this is like one of the last 3 molds I have to make, so I'm trying to get these all done in the next like week, so I can maybe have something ready for like the Christmas time area, because I've had a couple of requests for figures, so I'm trying to kind of step on the gas, so to speak. I was in the process of making some like new parts as well, like sculpting some new stuff, which is just like sitting off camera, but I decided to kind of put like finishing up these molds in the priority, and then I can just add on to these like once I have a complete set. There's if you want to like see some of the previous stuff, if you go to the my about page, there's some links there that like might help you out if you wanted to like poke around a little bit, and if not, no big deal. They're just there if you want them. Ugh. I'm actually not hating this this metal channel. It's not as like, I kind of expected like more power metal, like Dragon Force and like hair metal, versus like, you know, I don't know, this type of metal. It probably is just like a bunch of intro tracks though, Sabertooth. Uh-oh, got the D&B in there. They're crossing genres now. It's probably like Netflix, where they just take a bunch of things and jam them into different categories. It's like, look how big our catalog is, guys. Yeah, sure. You can post it up in the chat. I haven't seen much documentation. I mean, to be honest, I haven't really looked. I have like a couple bags of, I have a crate of figures when um, so I'm kind of just like pilfering from those. I don't know if you are familiar from earlier on, but this piece is from an original Ninja Turtles figure. So that's like where that came from. I'm kind of just Frankensteining parts together from different figures, but I'm trying to kind of like keep it kind of consistent so that like the parts are interchangeable. So like I added the Glio stuff, and I added this Ninja Turtles ball and socket joint. Let me take a look at this. Oh yeah, that looks really good. Holy cow. Damn dog. I'm waiting for that technology where we get to like, you know, imprint on a machine and then like respawn when you get killed. When's that gonna happen? I guess you're still technically dead, right? It just like creates a new version of you. Oh, awesome. That's awesome, the Smasher. Mr. What do I call you? Mango? What do you like to go by? I haven't gotten into the painting part. I'm mostly in the fabricating part at the moment. Sabretooth and I have talked about different approaches with like stencils for painting. When you're doing like a series, you know, it's like a lot of painting a lot of the same things. And then we talked about like decals and stuff like that, but haven't. I don't have like a lot of experience in that yet. Cool. It's just good to like know what you prefer. The soul does die. Um, I enjoy all the like the little humor in Borderlands 2. So like when you respawn, it'll like the machine tells you something. It'll be like you've died many deaths, but you're still dead or something. But this is just like a copy of you, and you're still dead, or some shit. It's like both hilarious and dark at the same time. I mean, I guess the respawn would technically be like a different person, even though it's like, you know, the same, genetically the same, because it's like the perception of the self, you know. Oh, well that's good. I guess that 1.4 gig patch was worth it then. You'd think they would have gotten the like, does it get to the startup screen? Um, you know, they would have figured that part of the game out before they shipped it. But, you know, whatever. Who am I to judge? Nobody. That's who. Yeah, that makes sense, Smasher. I've like bought a few minis over the years, but I don't really collect them. I mean, I don't actually collect a lot. I just don't have a lot of space or like money because I move around a lot, so I can't have like big collections of stuff. But yeah, the last ones that I bought were like, I guess this was like before Citadel or Games Workshop or whatever switched to like all plastic minis, because the ones they had were like a mix of pewter and plastic. Oh yeah. Yeah, I wish I could get away with smaller sprues, but like Sabretooth said, it's just like the physics of the material. It kind of limits you. So that's been a big part of like my experimentation with like mold making, is how small can I make the venting and the sprues and stuff without compromising like, you know, the surface detail. And also with like metal casting, if you're doing that in like a I guess if you're using like a factory, right, like factory mold injection, you've got metal molds, and you know you can like you have like pressure on your side, whereas like, you know, Sabretooth said, it's just this will like break open or it'll like leak out. So there's a lot of like little limitations to work around. I have not done any small scale stuff. I'm mainly, well, so far I'm only doing this like 5.5 inch figure stuff. Once I kind of like get this down and have like a decent series available, I do want to kind of go into some other areas of like other scales. I'd like to do 6-inch, so like 1/12. I wouldn't mind doing some Joes and Star Wars, the like 3 3/4 inch guys. But at the moment, I don't have plans to do anything like smaller scale. I like ideally I'd like to get up to like 1/6, so like 12-inch figures, because there's so much more detail. But that's like a much bigger job and more just so much more complex. Yeah, so unfortunately, I don't have much that overlaps with like what you're doing at the moment. I will say it's not the you're not the first person who's asked about it, so there's definitely like interest. It's just more like a time thing, like, you know, this is already like pretty time intense. So to kind of like practice on doing some minis would be like a different amount of kind of research I'd have to do on reproduction. I mean, just in the last couple of weeks, um, I've like started making like some big jumps as far as how fast I can create molds. So it's still, you know, I'm still like learning, even though I'm making progress. It's kind of, you know, um, just baby steps more or less. Cool, thanks, Smasher. I have fun with it. I'm doing it, you know, just as something I thought would be cool, and if other people think it's cool, then that's like bonus. Yeah, what's not like super obvious from just like what you're seeing here is so this is all based on like 80s, you know, barbarian He-Man kind of stuff. Um which like had a little bit of like playability as far as, you know, moving parts around and whatnot. And kind of what So referring back to what Sabretooth was asking about the joints, kind of like why I'm doing stuff the way I'm doing is what I'm like kind of going for, in addition to just like, you know, trying to make like cool figures, is that you can like swap parts around. So like I'm using this here. So I've got like another guy. These are like some prototype guys I use to like check sizes for things. And so like I have like they're made so I can swap the parts around. I incorporated Glios joints, which is this like snap joint from O'Neill Design. So then I can like move these guys' legs around if I want. So it's all about like interchanging parts. So these are kind of like a snap kit almost, where like everything kind of fits together and holds it, like snaps together, and you don't have to glue anything or whatever. So it's like, you know, non-permanent customization. Let's see, we'll give this guy, we'll just give him the purple head back, or the black one. So I want like stuff to be like interchangeable. This one's not going together for some reason. There it goes. These should be compatible. I don't know why they're not going together. Oh, I know why. They're just different iterations. So one's not quite as cleaned up as the other. So that's like I'm just gonna push that stuff out off the side there. But that's kind of like the gist of like where I'm going with these guys. Kind of like customization, you know, some degree of play. So they're like pretty durable. I really should not have put up this back wall. I don't know why I did that. I mean, I know why I did it, but it was kind of a mistake to do it this early. It's fine, it'll work out. These tight spots are always kind of difficult. Yeah, I'm hungry too, but I have to wait till 6, so hopefully I'll be able to eat soon after. Do it! We'll be here for what? Oh shoot, it's almost 6 o'clock. I didn't realize it was that late. I thought we still had like an hour. Yeah, I could go for some stew. It sounds super good, Cap. I think I'm gonna hang on till I get this part smoothed out. So I'll be here a little while after 6, I think. Cause I'd like to have this like done, like sort of done. At least feel like it's at a good stopping point, as opposed to leaving it kind of half done. And I'm like pretty close here, so I think I'm just gonna try to push through this. See what I can get done in the next like half hour. And then I'll join the grub club. if you don't have a set of these tools, Sabretooth, I'd recommend them. The ones with these like metal tips on them. It's they're. I don't know how I've been using only the wooden tools for all this time, because like these help a lot. Yeah, you were telling me about it. Oh, nice! You got yourself some. That sounds good. I haven't had any kind of jerky in quite a while. And that sounds like it's like some of the best kind of jerky you can get. Yeah, dude, these things are great. I don't know how it took me so long to learn about them. Yeah, 100% recommend these things. Yeah, same. I went jerky and stew. Cap's putting all these ideas in my head about food. I mean, there are worse ideas you could put in someone's head. Delicious food is not not a bad idea. There are worse things you could be an impulse buyer about, Cap. At least you get a delicious treat for your impulse. There you go, Cap. You got yourself a neighbor. Food friends. He's like, well, I've bought all the bitlong for myself, so sorry about you. I misread your comment there, Cap. I thought you said you had to lay down after buying all this meat. You had to lay down. I was like, yeah, you probably get a food coma. Yeah, for sure. It's gonna be meat nap time. Now we got all the Dragon Force ballad power metal going. Well, it is delicious stew, so there you go. Yeah. food meat and cyber meat. You're gonna get the meat sweats while you're playing. Probably not. I just haven't been graced with it. I'm definitely gonna have to look into it. There's got to be somewhere here in Phoenix I can get it, or at least like, you know, something that's like. There's got to be at least one African place here that's got it. Yeah, same. I'm gonna be looking online this weekend to see if I can find any here in the city. Hey, if you can, you got access to that sweet meat treat recipe and you can make a living off it, go for it. It sounds like you knew what's up. That guy just sounds smart. Oh yeah, I definitely like the hot food too. Give me that spicy meatball. Yeah, I'm like to the point where I put hot sauce on almost everything. I don't know if I've just destroyed my sense of taste. I don't think so, but I definitely enjoy adding a bit of spice to stuff. Yeah, it sounds like it. I mean, like anything like made well, you know, especially if it's something handmade, should take like should get like an adequate price. Well, that's interesting. It's got like different flavors in it. Well, spices, I guess. Saying farmhouse just makes you think of like beer, so now I want to go get like a 6-pack of a farmhouse ale. I got like a decent IPA here, but farmhouse is just like totally different. Huh. That's good to know. That's okay, Manga, or Smasher. We won't judge you too harshly. Yeah, my partner's the same way. She's like not really into the heat. So any spicy stuff I make is just for me. I don't think I have had salsa that hot, and I don't know that I want to. I'm in that camp of like, I like it to be hot, but I still want to like taste it. My partner, when she like went to Rwanda last, she brought me back this well, it's it's the hot sauce they use in Rwanda, but it's not actually a hot sauce. It's just chili oil, so it has like no flavor. It's just heat. So I add it to like when I buy like jarred Indian food, like to make at home. So when I buy like jarred simmer sauces and things like that, or she's been making this coconut curry chicken lately. That's really good, but it's not hot at all. So I can add this chili oil, and it like turns up the heat without adding any flavor. So then it like doesn't mess with the flavor chemistry of the food. Yeah, if it's hot and flavorful, then like I'm there. If it's like just pure heat, then I can like have a little, but it's not like gonna be something I'm really into. Cause I ain't trying to prove nothing to nobody. I just want my food to taste good. So finding that heat balance is important. Yeah, I don't know where she got this curry coconut chicken recipe, but it's pretty good. I think she got it from a friend. I forget. Nice. Oh, I'm gonna have to open that in another window. Actually, I'm just gonna copy that to clipboard so I can do it later. Shit. Nope. Let's see. See if I can get this to click. Okay. Alright, I copied the link so I can check it out once I'm done streaming. Man, I doubt I'll be able to like order anything in the US, but it's worth looking. Because if it's like jerky, it should travel. I just, I just depends what the international shipping cost is, or if the U.S. is weird about importing food. Well, I've never had it, so now I'm like looking forward to trying it because you're hyping it. You're hyping it hard. Nice. Yeah, I agree there about the fatty cuts of meat. It's like it's a flavor enhancer. It's not like the thing you should be eating. I was like just saying that about meat the other day. I was like prepping some stuff for my partner, because we like have been buying and storing stuff. So I was like prepping it and saying like it's, people like think that's like a good part of the meat, and it's just like not. Hey, it's okay to treat yourself, Cap. I've lived with enough friends and family that like trying to get them to like try anything new is like literally like pulling teeth. I'm like, you don't know what you're missing. I think I gotta add a little more to this. I think I should build up this bottom part. I think I should have like a little wall here that comes up. But I don't have time to do that today, so I think I'm just gonna pump that for the next time I work on this. Alright, that's looking okay. I mean, I'm not done, but it's like pretty okay progress. Oh, dang. Yeah, that was like my grandmother's smasher. She was always like, "Oh, you need to eat more." Like, "Oh, put more on your plate. Put more on your plate." I'm like, "No, I'm good." Yeah, there are lots of tasty suggestions flying around here, Sabretooth. So I don't know what I'm gonna do now for dinner. I guess it's gonna depend on what my partner wants to do, since she wears the she makes the money, she makes the calls. Yeah, she's been on a cooking kick, so usually it's like, she's like, "What do you want?" So I'll like, suggest something, and she's like, "Let me see if I can find a recipe for that." And so it's actually been kind of cool. We've been cooking in more, because we historically, like, that was our big expense, was like eating out, going out to restaurants and stuff. But since, like, you know, COVID, we're like, we don't go anywhere. So now we're just making everything at home. We're making trying to make some variant of it. So it's been enjoyable in that way, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, caps are a little hard to get. I'm just gonna pop over to Germany and get this biltong. Like, no, I'll look online and see if I can find something remotely similar nearby, but probably not find it and be annoyed and then be sad and then be like, well, what's in the refrigerator? When you say when you say food, Sabretooth, you talking like takeout or just like groceries? I feel like groceries have just gotten more expensive everywhere. I went to the store and bought like 6 things the other day, and it was like $40. Oh yeah, Cap. The shipping would be insane. I have to buy like a crate just to justify the cost. Ah, I see. Yeah, that sucks when just food in general is really expensive where you live. I feel like it's expensive here, but I just don't know. Um, I feel like because we always live in a city, it's just like, well, I guess you're just gonna pay out the ass for it. Yeah, I figured it would ship well. It would just be expensive to ship. Well, this is definitely not as far as I wanted to get today. But I guess I just have to be happy with how far I got. I spent a lot of time just like fixing this part, which is probably what set me back the most. It's going to be the master, so like I had to spend a lot of time getting it like cleaned up. Especially since I'm making a copy of a copy, I needed it to be like just right. I could not. I either couldn't find. I think I just ended up destroying the original. I mean, that's probably why I can't find it. This needs to be. Feel the taste. Feel the taste. Alright, that's gonna have to be good enough. Can't sit here and futz with this parting line all night. It just lingers in the air, the taste. You can feel the taste on your skin. Alright. Well, now that I'm 20 minutes over, because, you know, we're talking about food. I haven't even finished my coffee. I have a whole coffee here, Cap. I've barely touched it. You think about a big dog bone. I did like half of it just now. And there's the rest of it. All right, y'all. Quality meat tonight on stream. Dreamy meats, tender feets, smelly feets. Yeah, thanks for coming. Thanks for hanging out, guys. And I'll probably talk to you guys next time. Well, I'll be here, so, you know, there's that. Alright, thanks guys. I'll talk to you next time.